Excuse me. No microphone was turned on. So, no, it wasn't good. Now, how do I sound now? I sound goof. I received 100 messages today. That's because I streamed earlier today. All right, now we're going to test this voice. Can I still be heard over the music? I can still be heard over the music. Good. Good. So, this is my favorite Ace Attorney game out of the entire series. This is my favorite. And you guys will see why. You will see why. So, if you guys see, if you're over on YouTube, you've seen the thumbnail and says, what the heck is going on with the thumbnail? I thought she died in the first one. I bet you were like that. It's like, didn't she die in the first one? Why is she on this one? Well, if you look closer at it, you'll see it's a younger Mia Fey on the thumbnail. And we're about to find out why. A lot sooner than you had imagined. Why? Turnabout Memories. We are going into Mia's second case, okay? I'm going to tell you this right now. We are going to be entering in Mia's second case. How did I get into this mess? Why? Why did I do that? That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey! It's none of your business! I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying! Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Stop it! Don't talk about her like that! It wasn't me! I didn't! I didn't do it! She's a lot more involved into it in this one than she is just the channeling, okay? She is very written into the story. That opening must very much confuse you at this point. April 11th, 9:40 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. You. It's finally time. I'm kind of nervous. Die. When you see this person, don't be overly shocked. Because I'll tell you right now, you haven't seen this man until since the first game. Oh, Mr. Grossberg. Good morning. Oh, Mia. Please calm yourself down. You're going to get yourself arrested for suspicious behavior, you know. What are you talking about? I am relaxed, Mr. Grossberg. Look at me. I'm relaxed. Let go of my lapels. $256 gigabytes? That's a very big phone. Di, can you imagine this? Can you imagine this? A frustrated Mia grabbing his lapels, grabbing his jacket like this, and just shaking this man. You obviously haven't got the temperament to be a lawyer. I'm so sorry. It's just that I'm so nervous today. Oh, that's right. This is your first time in the big leagues, isn't it? Well, never you fear, my dear. I'm Marvin Grossberg. I'm at your service. Actually, this is my second time in court. Still, you surprised me. What with your earnest request last night? Let me handle this case, you suddenly said, and quite forcefully, too. I just found out yesterday about the case. I mean, what? You've already learned all the relevant facts? Well, about that, you see. I mean, of course I have, I think. Oh, dear. In any case, don't let our client see you're so nervous. You see the poor young man in the pink sweater over there? That's our client. Good morning to everyone. Good morning. Try to keep smiling, Mia. Try to keep smiling, Mia. I just want to say, I'll give it all I've got. Yep, I'll be fine. No problem. Oh, what's wrong? Do you have a cold or something, Mr. Rye? Actually, it's Wright. Like the Flying Brothers, people screw it up all the time. I don't remember anybody screwing Wright up that bad. Thank you. Doing my best to make him sound sick since I'm not sick anymore. 2020. Well, let me think. Let me think what year we're in. So, the first Phoenix Strike game came out in 2001 in Japan. In 2001, we had the DL6 case. 15 years later is when Ace Attorney 1 came out. So we should be in 2016 then. Justice for All takes place in 2017. This takes place in 2018. Despite this game coming out in 2004. So, pretty close. And, yes, I have a cold. That's what this mask is for. Possibly. It probably did. But I can almost guarantee that the Trauma Center games predicted it more because you had the guild outbreak that happened before 2020, which is, I guess you could classify it as COVID, because COVID is technically a man-made virus and guilt is a man-made virus. My doctor says this way. I won't give it to anyone else. Be kind to others, he says. Right, Mr. Wright. You have nothing to fear in court today. If you are truly innocent, I promise I will save you. Please, let go of my shirt. So we can picture this. See where that, like the red scarf is? She's probably grabbing onto that really tight and says, "Don't you worry, you're gonna be fine." That's right. He's the one on trial, not you. He's the one who should be nervous. You need to stay strong for your client, Mia. My name is Mia Fey. I'm still pretty new at this lawyer thing. The first time I appeared in court was a year ago. But that trial traumatized me so badly, I thought I'd never step foot in another courtroom. We're going to end up finding out why. It's been 1 year since then, and well, here I am again. But this time I'm going to win. For my client. And for myself. April 1st, 10 o'clock a.m., District Court, courtroom number 2. Die. I'm going to brace you on this one. Out of all the trilogies that you've experienced, this one is going to be the hardest. This game does not give you a lot of leeways that the other two does. It still follows the same rule format, but you're not going to have a whole bunch of free options like you did with the other two games. Okay? They'll give you some free options, like multiple different evidence you could use, but this one solely relies on you pressing a lot. Okay? Court is now in session for the trial of Phoenix Wright. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution's ready, Your Honor! The defense today is Miss Mia Fey, was it? Yes, Your Honor. Is there a problem? I was under the impression that Morgan Grossberg would be leading this case. Yes, well, you see, Mr. Grossberg had a bit of an emergency. Emergency? But isn't he standing there right next to you? That face is like, Mia, what are you doing to me? Yes, well, you're just a rookie. Are you sure you can handle this? Oh, look, don't let him scare you, Mia. Give him your toughest look. Of course, Your Honor. I think. Well, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please. Well, well, well. I can't believe a veteran like me has to spend his time babysitting a new defense lawyer. Don't worry, little girl. It'll be over soon. What was that all about? Was he trying to trash talk me? Now then, I'd like to proceed with a summary of events on the day in question. The incident occurred on the campus of Ivy University. The murder victim was a student named Doug Swallow. He was a fourth year student studying pharmacology. It sounds like he was a very bright young man. Yes, well, next we have a photo taken at the scene of the crime. Students discovered the scene shortly after the murder. They found the victim's body and the defendant, who had obviously bangled his getaway. They then called the police. That certainly makes the defendant look very suspicious indeed. Very well. The court accepts this photo into the record as evidence. Crime photo 1 added to the court record. By the way, I can't quite tell the cause of death from this photo. Your reputation for a Saga City is well earned, Your Honor. I totally butchered that word. The truth is that this victim died a rather unusual death. An unusual death? What do you mean, Mr. Payne? Well, perhaps the defendant would like to take this question. Huh? A simple question. I thought I might loosen you up a bit. I am a gentleman, if you will. A what? Stand up, Tanya. Show him what you're made of. Oh, a perfect opportunity. Well, what was it? The cause? Go on. Please, say you know at least this much. I'm so sorry. I didn't get a chance to read through the whole file. My hemorrhoids are beginning to act up. Now, see here. The details of the case are filed under the court record. But you knew that already, didn't you? Ah, the court record. I think I can see that by pressing the R button. Alright, this is for you, Di. So, let's take a look at the autopsy report. So, what's the cause of death, Di? Right. Okay. All the weapons we need can be found in the court record. Take a good look. Hard look at the data there and think carefully before you answer, my dear. Yes, sir. I'll do just that. Got to stay calm. I can't let the prosecutor get the better of me. The court record. Okay. Let's take a look. I just pressed the R button here. Now then, would the attorney for the defense please answer the question? What was the cause of death? And now you can pick your choice. All right. According to the court record, it was a fatal electric shock. In other words, electrocution. Electrocution? But how could such a thing happen? Did the murderer use some type of new super powerful stun gun, perhaps? The answer to that will become crystal clear as the trial proceeds, Your Honor. But before that, there is one more vital issue. What's that? Why, motive, of course. Apparently, there was some bad blood between the victim and the defendant. Bad blood? What do you mean? Oopsies, I'm terribly sorry. You're the defense attorney, so you must know all about it. I shouldn't be stealing your spotlight like this. I really don't like this guy's smug attitude. That's Winston Payne for you. He is one smooth operator, if you catch my drift. They don't call me the rookie killer for nothing, you know. They call you pain in the ass, too. Now then, let's hear from the defense. What are the source of the bad blood between the victim and the defendant? And this time, I would like to see some supporting evidence. Evidence? Oh, no need to get all worked up over this. As I said, all of our weapons can be found in the court record. Find the evidence you need and then shove it in old graybeard's face. Yes, sir. Into old graybeard's face. Oh, Mr. Grossberg, try to set a better example for the young lady. Yeah, evidence isn't the only thing in the court record. People's profiles are as well. You can toggle between profiles and evidence with the R button, so be sure to go over it all. Now then, let's see what you got. What was the cause of the bad blood between Phoenix Wright and the victim? So, they have already mentioned profiles. So far, I will make this easy for you. Pick a face that you are not familiar with. You should be familiar with this already. Second to last. This one. Okay, I read that message wrong. So we're going to present this one, right? The reason for the bad blood between the two of them was this woman here. Talia Hawthorne? Is it? Very good, Miss Faye. You seem to have picked up on at least this much. This woman is the girlfriend of the defendant, Phoenix Wright. But up until about 8 months ago, she was with the victim, Mr. Swallow. Clearly, she had some part to play in this story. Oh, he's done it again. Before the cross-examination starts, he's already got this judge thinking he wants. Very well, Mr. Payne. Please call your first witness. If it pleases the court, the prosecution would like to call Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? The defendant himself? Well, Miss Faye? It's fine. After all, Mr. Wright is innocent, right? The defense has no objection. Very well. The court calls Mr. Phoenix Wright to the witness stand. So far, in all the Ace Attorney games that we have done, this is the first time that's ever happened in this game. In this series. So, and we'll probably see this happen more often. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Yes. My name is Phoenix Wright. My job is, well, right now I guess I'm a suspect. No, he means what you did. He means what you did. You do before you were arrested. He means what did you do before you were arrested? My tongue's a little twisted on that one. Oh. I was a university student. Mr. Wright, you understand that you are suspected in the death of Mr. Doug Swallow, but I didn't do it! I'm innocent, I tell you! I'm telling you I was... Would the defendant please refrain from passing on his cold to the rest of us? It seems the witness has something he wants to say. Well then, Mr. Wright. Please tell us about your relation to the victim. Right away, Your Honor! The victim and I. I admit I was there, but I'm not a killer. All I did was find his body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. I never even talked to this stuck-up British wannabe. I see. So you hardly knew the victim? Right, like I said, I'm not a killer. Phew, it looks like the judge understands. You're being naive, you know. Too naive. Huh? It seems that you've forgotten one small thing, young lady. And that would be? This witness still has to undergo something called a cross-examination. Cross-examination? He's right. And it's the defense's duty to carry out the cross-examination. In a U.S. court, if the prosecution is leading the case, yes, the defense is responsible for cross-examining the witness. The prosecution then can redirect the witness. The defense can recross if need be. But if the defense is leading the case, the defense is responsible for directing his witness. And then the prosecution will cross-examine the witness. And the process repeats over and over again. That's an American courtroom. I bet you feel like you know a lot about courtroom procedures after these trials. All right. The purpose is to determine if a witness's testimony contains any contradictions. Contradictions? If a witness is lying, their statement will conflict with the court record. But Mr. Wright is my client. Even if he's your client in court, all lies must be struck down. As a lawyer, that is your duty, you see. What does he mean by that? Is he saying that testimony just now, that there was a lie, a contradiction? No then. Your cross-examination, if you please, Miss Faye. Please, Mr. Wright, tell me you haven't been lying. You wouldn't do that to me, would you? The victim and I. Alright, so there is already a lot of pressure on you. Whoever did this one kind of structured this a little different. Alright. You ready for this, die? Alright. So the guide says there is one statement that does need to be pressed. When you say there, you mean the place where the victim was murdered? Yeah, sort of. The place where something happened anyway. Something? You can't hide what happened. We have photographic evidence. Anyways, Mr. Wright, what are you doing at the scene of the crime? I thought you said you didn't know the victim, Mr. Swallow. It was just a coincidence. We bumped into each other by accident. A coincidence, huh? You see, they found the body? So who called the police? Huh? Unfortunately, it was some other student that notified the police. Other students? That's correct. They were witnesses. Witnesses who saw the defendant standing there next to the body in shock. What? Is this true, Mr. Wright? Could you stop sneezing every time you're in a bind? Well, it's true that I was pretty shocked when I found the body. But I... So, you didn't know his face or even his name, right? Right, well, no. That is, I mean... So, which is it? Did you know him or not? Now, see here! You can't avoid answering the question by sneezing all day! Well, I guess I did know his name. News to me. Why didn't he tell me this before? I heard he used to date Dolly. Who's this Dolly person? Ah, yes, that would be the defendant's lover, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, I see. Oh, young love, so bittersweet. Well, that's all I knew about him! I don't think this chat picked it up. Okay. Mr. Wright, you stated the following in your testimony. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. That's right. I mean, why would I even... but that doesn't sound right. If you hardly knew him, then why would you say the victim was a stuck-up British wannabe? Achoo! Well, Mr. Wright? No, it wasn't me. I'm not a killer, I swear! Mr. Wright, I will give you an opportunity to revise your testimony. But how is that? How is it that you knew the victim was, as you put it, a British wannabe? Yes, well... He was always walking around with a huge Union Jack on the back of his shirt. Did you see it at the crime scene? The Union Jack, I mean? Yes, that's right. I saw it at the crime scene. That's why I figured he must love British stuff, see? It's true. Cross my heart. I swear I didn't do it. He's acting fishier than the salmon I ate last night. May I ask you something, Miss Fay? Yes, Your Honor. What is it now? Who is this person anyways, this Union Jack fellow? Union Jack is the name of the United Kingdom's flag. Oh, I see. So you mean like the stars and stripes, right? Yeah. But I don't remember Payne saying that in the original game. As usual, Your Honor, your insight astounds me. Hey, something just occurred to me. Isn't there something strange about this bit just now? Mia, there's a contradiction here. Mr. Grousberg? Quickly now. Show the boy you mean business. With evidence, I mean. Okay. Mia, check the court record carefully. Well, my dear, do you think you can manage on your own from this point on? Alright, I'm going to tell you this right now. If you say you can handle this on your own, Grousberg leaves the courtroom, okay? That means if there's something that you're confused about, he's not going to say anything or ask about it. If you want to keep him in the courtroom, he will provide you more tips and hints for you. So, since you've already seen the other two games, either one of these choices doesn't affect the gameplay at all. You already know how to play this game. Though I did kind of probably scared you to saying that this game's a little bit harder than the last one. So, what do you think? You still want the help, okay. Mr. Grousberg, I could use a little help. Please don't look so sad. It brings a tear to my eye when you do. Alright, listen carefully. By comparing the testimony to the court record, you should be able to discover any contradiction if there are any. And when you found one, I present the piece of evidence that contradicts the witness's testimony. Yes, that's the ticket. But still, I don't see any contradictions in Mr. Wright's testimony. Maybe you don't have enough information yet. Information? You can press for more information by leaning on a witness. Even if they're my own client? It doesn't matter who it is. If you think they're lying, press them like a cheap suit. That is the obligation of an attorney. Okay, Mia. One more time from the very beginning of this testimony. Alright. You already know which statement it is, don't ya? Yeah, this one. And you only got 2 evidences. So, by process of elimination, which piece of evidence? Are you certain you saw the Union Jack? Yeah, I'm sure. It was right there on his back. Miss Frey, is there some point to this line of questioning? Your Honor, please take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, there's absolutely nothing on the victim's back. Hey, wait a minute. He's wearing a leather jacket. The Union Jack was on the back of the t-shirt he was wearing. I was under the impression that you accidentally came across the body. But if that was really the case, then you wouldn't know that, would you? You'd have no idea at all what he was wearing underneath that jacket. Mr. Wright, you've been lying to me. Please forgive me, Wes! Mia, you made her client cry. Let him. That P on his chest doesn't stand for Phoenix anyways. It stands for pain in the ass. I can't believe I trusted him. Mr. Wright was all wrong. That was an impressive bit of cross-examination. Thank you for uncovering the defendant's lies for me. It's quite clear that this man did not simply stumble upon the scene of the crime. Uh-oh, did I go too far? By the way, Mr. Wright, you seem to have a rather bad cold. Have you taken any medicine for it? Yeah, I took some, but was the medicine that you took an over-the-counter brand called Cold Killer X? Yeah, that's right. It kills colds fast, or good. Hey, wait a minute. How did you know I'm a big fan of Cold Killer X? Would you happen to have the medicine with you right now? Well, actually, I seem to have lost it somewhere. He lost it? Does this even have anything to do with the case? Mr. Wright, shall I tell you where your cold medicine is right now? Huh? Your Honor, I'd like you to take a look at another photo from the crime scene. What's this? In the victim's hand, it's Cold Killer X. Objection! Yes, but even I've got a bottle of Cold Killer X in my apartment. I don't know why they changed it between the US and Japan, because in Japan it's Cold Killer Z. And here is Cold Killer X. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid the argument won't work. There's no doubt as to who this bottle of Cold Killer X belongs to. Especially since Mr. Wright's fingerprints are all over it. What? Seizing his murderous intent, Mr. Swallow must have picked up this bottle of medicine, dropped by Mr. Wright and hid it in his hand. His purpose in doing so can only have been to identify his killer as Phoenix Wright. Order! Order in the court! Your Honor, I'd like to present this photo and bottle as evidence. Very well, the court will accept this into evidence. Crime photo 2 added to the court record. Cold Killer X added to the court record. Also, the victim's wristwatch was broken. Broken? Yes. It ceased functioning when a large wave of electricity passed through it. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have some kind of explanation for all of this? This is really bad. Oh, my buttocks! My poor hemorrhoids! I also failed to warn you this. You will also have to listen to this for the duration of the trial. What really happened? The truth is, I went because he called me. He was in the pharmacology department, so we agreed to meet at 2:45 beyond the building. We talked for a bit, and then at around 3 o'clock we split up. Then later, when I went back, I found him lying there. I'd been taking Cold Killer X for the last 2 or 3 days. I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. Mr. Wright, that's completely different from the testimony you gave previously. Achoo! I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was afraid you wouldn't believe the truth. You'll forgive me if I say I hardly find your current testimony any more credible. Miss Faye, please begin your cross-examination. Oh, please, Mr. Wright. Don't tell any more lies. What really happened? We have quite a few statements that we have to press. Had you ever met the victim before then? No, never! But that day he called me up and told me he wanted to talk about Dolly. And this Dolly person is? My, it's kind of embarrassing. She's my, sweetheart. Ow! What? What was that for, Mia? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just felt like slapping something all of a sudden. Dolly Hawthorne was also the lover of the murder victim, Doug Swallow. Before she met Mr. Wright, that is. So it was one of those nasty love triangles. I see. Was it Mr. Swallow who indicated you should meet at 2:45? Yeah, and we were both there right on time. You said the victim was in the pharmacology department, correct? Yeah, he was studying how to manufacture improved pharmaceuticals. Everyone called him the alchemist of IVU. An alchemist? I see. I gotta admit it was a little suspicious. He had a whole laboratory and everything. It was filled with chemicals and strange medicines that ran on high voltage electricity. Oh, how fancy. He sounds like he was quite an ambitious young man. What do? Maybe I should ask him for some more details. You're gonna get nowhere on that one. Because the time was 2:45. That one's already stated. I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit more about the pharmacology department? Oh, okay, sure. I don't know all that much, though. A little bit. Earlier in your testimony, you said something interesting. You said that the department uses strange machines that runs on high voltage electricity. That's right, and they sure look dangerous. They use non-standard voltages, so there are high voltage cables everywhere. High voltage cables? Yeah, there are electrical poles set up all around the building. The high voltage cables run overhead around the roof. Finally, I think we're getting somewhere. So what was it you were talking about? You know, that maybe we should hang out again sometime. Hang out again sometime? I wish that was true. So you say you went back? Yeah, that's when I found the body. Yes, but why did you go back in the first place? Weren't you angry with him? Well, that's right, I was. Then why, Mr. Wright? Why did you go back there? I thought maybe we could make up. Achoo! Achoo! Judging by the atmosphere, I'm pretty sure no one is buying this. It's rather unusual to catch a cold this time of year, isn't it? Yeah, I always get a little careless with the weather when the weather starts to warm up. I guess I shouldn't sleep with the window open this early in spring, huh? That would be a good idea. I suppose common sense is not always common. So, did anyone else know that you were taking cold medicine? Well, I always took one after meals, so I'm pretty sure all my friends knew about it. On the day of the incident, what did you do for lunch? Huh? What does that have to do with anything? You can never be too sure. I always eat with Dolly, just the two of us. Dolly's homemade lunches are just the greatest. Her mini omelets are magically delicious. Yow! What? Why did you punch me in the jaw? Well, I can understand where Pearls got her double slap and her punches from. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just felt like hurting someone all of a sudden. I think that's enough for now. So the defendant and the victim met at approximately the time of his death. And then the defendant returned to the scene for some unknown reason. Not entirely convinced by his explanation about the medicine bottle either. Let me be frank here, Mr. Wright. Your testimony cannot be trusted. What do you mean? I know it's too much work for a little girl. However, there is one mystery that still remains. There is, Your Honor? How the murder was carried out, of course. Just how was the victim electrocuted? I don't believe the murder weapon has been produced yet, correct? Well, that is, you are correct, Your Honor. So how exactly was Mr. Swallow killed? If I can somehow establish how it was done, maybe I could still come out of this mess smelling like a rose. Your Honor. Yes, Miss Fay. I believe that if we were to piece together everything we've heard up until now, we should be able to solve the mystery of how Mr. Swallow died. That would be most impressive. Quite the brash statement coming from a rookie. But even a beginner like you must understand the basic rules of the court, yes? An attorney must be able to substantiate their argument with evidence. Of course I know that. Actually, I had totally forgotten about that. Now then, Miss Fay, let me see what you've got. Show me how you believe the victim was electrocuted. One of the pictures? The left one or the right one? Which one do you want? So we have this. This is what this looks like. As for the cause of death, I'd say this picture captures it quite well. What? But there is nothing that even remotely resembles a murder weapon here. I'm afraid the defense is going to have to explain this in a bit more detail. Miss Faye, where exactly is in this photo the murder weapon? So, you say the wire. You want me to point at this wire? Well, naturally, it's right here. That's, what is that? A severed electrical cable, I believe, Your Honor. Remember the testimony we've heard. The machines the pharmacology students use in their experiments require high voltage, and because of that, there are special high voltage cables strung up everywhere. So then, the high voltage cable. Yes, the high voltage cable is the cause of death. That is the most likely explanation. That certainly sounds plausible. Well, Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this? Well, I believe some praises is in order. Don't toy with me, old man. Now. The victim's cause of death may indeed have been a high voltage cable. However, I want you to think about what that really implies. The only one who had the opportunity to use the cable as a murder weapon was the defendant. Achoo! That much is certainly true. Yes, and that's not all. We have proof. Irrefutable proof that will establish that Mr. Wright was the murderer. You do? Well, what is it? It's fingerprints. Fingerprints? I mean, the defendant's fingerprints were on something besides the medicine bottle? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, the victim is wearing a leather jacket. As you may know, leather holds fingerprints quite well. You mean... Yes, it's quite clearly imprinted on the chest area of the victim's jacket. The palm print of the defendant's very own hand. What? I can only think of one way Mr. Wright could have left a print like that. Intent on murder. He squarely pushed the victim towards the severed electrical cable. Order! That's enough. I think we can conclude that there is no reason to continue with the cross-examination. Stick a fork in us, we're done. Mr. Grossberg, my hemorrhoids never lied. The show's over, Mia. I knew that boy was guilty the first time I saw him. No, you're wrong! Mr. Wright is innocent! No further evidence is required to convince me of this man's guilt. Your Honor! At this time, I am prepared to render a verdict in this case. Do you have something further to add, Miss Faye? Is this what you want, Mr. Wright? You still haven't told us the truth, the whole truth. If you don't say something now, the judge is going to hand down his verdict. But I can't. I just can't say it. If I told you what really happened, then I'd be... It's okay, Mr. Wright. I'm your attorney. You can trust me. Miss Faye, no matter what it is you have to say, I believe in you, and I'll represent you to the very end. We've already established the defendant's guilt. There's no further need for him to say anything. Wait a minute. Mr. Wright, I'll tell you what really happened. But I've already told you, Mr. Wright, there's no need for further. I did it. I admit it, I pushed him. It's my fault. My fault that Doug Swallow is dead. That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying! Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Stop it! Don't talk about her like that! Well, what you just said, was that the truth? Yes, I was afraid that if I told the truth, everyone would think I was the murderer for sure. Well, as things currently stand, we're all absolutely convinced you are. Well, please give me one more chance to explain. This time I swear I'll tell the whole truth. It'll be okay, won't it, Miss Faye? I believe in you. Oh, thank you. I still can't believe it. He really did push the victim. It feels like my hemorrhoids are doing the Harlem Shake. Di, do you know what the Harlem Shake is? I'm pretty sure most people knows what the Harlem Shake is. When I pushed the victim. That guy, he was talking bad about Dolly. I lost my temper and gave him a shove. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. A little while after I left, I started to get worried. So I went back, but he was just lying there, dead. Well, the explanation is really quite simple. When you pushed him, Mr. Swallow flew back and touched the electrical cables. He died from the shock, and that, as they say, is that. A simple explanation indeed. At the time of the incident, a light rain had been falling. Wet from the rain, the victim was more easily electrocuted. But when I pushed him, there weren't any electrical cables nearby. If there had been something like that, even I would have noticed it. That's true. Even a doofus like him couldn't miss that. Miss Faye? Let me warn you right now that if your cross-examination doesn't yield any new facts, I intend to deliver my verdict without further delay. Are we clear on that? Yes, Your Honor. Don't give up, Mia. If he is innocent, there must be some kind of evidence somewhere that will prove it. Let's see. Looks like there's only one mandatory statement to press. So what kinds of things did Mr. Swallow say to you? He said all sorts of terrible things about Dolly. He said that she was a bad girl. We need details, Phoenix. We need details. Is that all? Yep. Well, Miss Faye, you heard him yourself. Oh boy. You're not doing yourself any favors here, Mr. Wright. Please don't make this harder for me than it is already. Anyways, after he said that, I just... A loud noise? And what would you say the loud noise was, Mr. Wright? I'm not sure, but it was really loud. It was like, snap! You know, come to think of it, I wonder what that was. Clearly, Your Honor, it was the sound of the victim being electrocuted. You're not qualified to decide that. What should I do? I'm treading on some dangerous ground here. Mr. Wright, that loud noise you heard may be extremely important. So try to remember what it was. How do I put it? Like a sharp crack. Aha! Could it have been? Yes? Could it have been? Hurry up and tell us! When I pushed him, he dropped the umbrella he was holding. He fell right on top of it and broke it. That was probably the noise I heard. An umbrella, huh? And did the umbrella belong to the victim? Yeah, it was a plastic umbrella. Cheap and frail, kind of like the owner. And again, I wish I had any kind of umbrella. I was totally soaked to the bone. Miss Faye? What do you think? Is there something important in this testimony just now? Well... This is it, Mia. New information you've been waiting for. Of course it's important. No, this cheap umbrella is more than important. It's vital. I want to officially have it entered into the testimony. Ha! How perfectly fitting. Flimsy information for a flimsy lawyer. The court agrees to the defense's request. Witness, please add this bit about the cheap umbrella to your testimony. After I shoved, he fell down on top of his cheap umbrella. After you shoved the victim, did you leave the scene right away? Yes, I did. I admit, I was furious. You left without even checking Mr. Swallow's condition? Well, yeah, but like I said, I got worried about him later. At the time, did you see anyone else at the scene of the crime? Nope, nobody. Jeez, could that stupid cough possibly sound any phonier? In that case, it's very hard to believe someone else could have been the murderer. Unless we can find something that shows his innocence from the testimony, my dear. I'm afraid the judge will make his final decision with no remorse whatsoever. Yes, sir. Now I need more information. Info that will help me turn up some contradictions. Alright, do you know what statement? No, it wouldn't be the last one. It'd be this new statement that we just got. Yes. And we have evidence that shows this umbrella. And I'm pretty sure you know which piece of evidence it is. Why didn't you testify about the umbrella from the very beginning? Come on, if I had mentioned that, I would have been able to counter the prosecution arguments earlier. What do you mean by that? Take another look at the crime scene photo. According to Mr. Wright, the victim fell on top of his umbrella. However, if you look closely, the umbrella is nowhere near the victim. Actually, it's by the electrical pole. You're absolutely right. The conclusion here is obvious. After the defendant left, the victim moved from where he fell. In other words, after he was pushed by the defendant, Mr. Swallow was still alive. No! Order, order, order! The victim, he moved? Mr. Payne, the umbrella in this photo, where is it now? Well, it was collected by the police at the crime scene. I want it presented as evidence immediately. Umbrella added to the court record. But the umbrella could have simply been blown there by the wind. According to the testimony, the victim fell on top of the umbrella. There's simply no way it could have been blown there by the wind. I know this matter of the umbrella seems relatively trivial, but as long as the smallest doubt remains, I cannot render final judgment. No! I must say, I still find it hard to believe that a huge hole has been blown in the prosecution case by the defendant's testimony. Phoenix's testimony added to the court record. Well done, Mia. Mr. Payne? What are you chuckling about?
Pardon me, Your Honor. It seems I was expecting too much for a free ride.
It was foolish to think I could establish guilt through cross-examination alone. I'm afraid I don't follow what you're saying. Let me guess. You have another witness.
Exactly.
And this witness's testimony will be incontrovertible. Well, who is this witness?
Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Dahlia Hawthorne? You don't mean Dolly?
I do, Your Honor.
The defendant's very own lover is a witness to this whole thing.
That's right. She was at the scene of the crime when the murder took place.
What?
I'm sorry to break the bad news to you, my dear.
Bad news? You couldn't be more wrong. Actually, I've been waiting for this.
You can't be serious.
Mia, what do you mean by that? I think this is a good point for us to stop at. Court will now enter a 20-minute recess. Afterwards, we will listen to the testimony of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. April 11th, 11:52 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Faye, I'm sorry about what happened back there. It's alright. At least you told us the truth in the end, Mr. Wright. Yeah, so I can start to relax then? Relax, my boy. You can't be serious after hiding such important facts. But the next witness is my Dolly, right? She'll save me. I just know she will. Why do you think that? Huh? What do you mean? She's the love of my life, that's why. Love of your life, huh? Would you mind telling me more about you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne? Sure, no problem. Dahlia and I, we first met about 8 months ago, right here in this very courtroom. Actually, I'm studying to be a lawyer on the side anyway. One day, she and I just bumped into each other in the reading room downstairs. Di? You've heard the expression, beautiful things can be painful, right? That goes along with true beauty is like a rose. So, what we have here is Phoenix Wright falling for somebody attractive who's actually a criminal. That's why I really think it was fate that brought us together. Yes. As soon as I first set eyes on her, I knew she was the one for me. Oh, here, take a look at this. She gave this to me on the day we met as a symbol of our love. she had been wearing it around her neck that day, but then she took it off. But before she gave it to me, she said, I want you to carry this. So she gave it to you as a present. I see. This darling little bottle is filled with memories of my darling little dolly. It certainly is a little bottle, alright. It makes me so happy. I show it to everyone I meet. I want to share my happiness with the whole world. Dahlia's present borrowed from Phoenix Wright. Anyway, so after that, you and Miss Hawthorne started dating? Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now. What a strange girl asking for a present like that. By the way, Mr. Wright, the day you first met Dahlia Hawthorne 8 months ago wouldn't happen to have been on August 27th, would it? Huh? Yeah, it was. But how did you happen on August 27th right here in this courtroom? What's this? A newspaper clipping? Let's see. Murder in the courtroom? Murder? What are you reading there? Let me see that. Oh, I see. Mia? I think I understand what you're trying to say. And I think I understand why you suddenly took such a keen interest in this case. You believe there is some connection between these two cases, am I correct? Newspaper clipping added to the court record. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Grossberg. I need to finish this myself. Oh yes, but I'm afraid what you have will not be enough, my dear. I'll go and have a look in the downstairs reading room and see what else I can find. Thank you. I want to do whatever I can to be of help to you, Mia. Well, it looks like recess is about over. We'd better all get moving. I guess so. That recess sure seemed longer than 20 minutes, though. All right. Thoughts? Concerns? Criticisms? Pretty simple from what you have experienced in the other games, yes. But you can already sense the difficulty in the game already, right? It's been ramped up a little bit in this version. Apollo Justice, they ease up on the difficulty a little bit. You'll notice that when you play it, because they add in a new element into the game, which does indeed make the game easier. And then when you go to do Dual Destinies, they revamped the difficulty again by adding another element into the game. And then they make it even harder in Spirit of Justice when they add another element into the game. The Miles Edgeworth games, I'll explain those when I get to them, because they're built totally different. So, you're probably very confused at this point, right? So, it's my understanding that this case takes about a year before Phoenix Wright becomes an attorney, okay? This case alone. So, it is very close to when Phoenix Wright becomes an attorney. And you just mentioned that he is practicing or learning law at IVU, which this college has not been mentioned in the other two games. Though he never mentioned that he was a suspect in any of the other games prior to the first game, where he was a suspect in the first game. And he's a suspect in this one, which slides right underneath the covers. But when they redid this one, they somewhat tied this one in. But you'll find out that this one is one of my favorite Ace Attorney games. It is the first one in the series to have 5 cases. And we have already explained so much about Rise from the Ashes already, why that is in the first Phoenix Wright game. So, I'm going to ask, are you ready for the second part? Okay. April 11th, 12:13 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 2. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Payne, please call your witness.
This next person is someone who witnessed the crime as it happened. The prosecution calls Miss Dahlia Hawthorne to the stand.
What's with this stiff silence? Di, do you remember the music? Do you remember this music that's playing? No, this music was not at the start of the stream. Start of the stream was the courtroom music. Think back to the Sims 2 streams. Yes. It randomly plays there. This is called, I believe it's called Beauty in Trance. Close. Distance traces of beauty. So, there's a link for that one. In my long career as a judge, I have been deceived by many witnesses. My job to doubt, to take no one at their words. But in your case, I must admit that you radiate a glow of complete sincerity. Judge, you're talking to a woman who's literally 19 years old, that's 4 times your age, and you're falling for this woman? I can't believe he actually said that. I'm going to take a look at that. 20. I was 1 year off. Oh. Now then, witness. Can you please state your full name? Payne was also love-struck too. Don't worry, sweetie. There's no need to be nervous.
If anyone says anything rude, you can be sure I'll cut them right down to size.
And I will bash them with my gavel. I love how they look straight at me when they say that. Thank you for calming my nerves. You are all so nice. I almost feel right at home.
Not at all.
It was nothing. If we may move on now, what is your full name and occupation? My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a junior in literature at Ivy University. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor's all mine!
No, the honor's all mine! Well, we know whose milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. I seen this meme not too long ago. Sir?
Is there something I can help you with?
You just go on and say whatever's on your mind. You can tell what happened now? I'm sure that there must be some kind of mistake. Vinny wouldn't kill anyone. I just know it. Yes, I can see why you'd say that. She's going to be a tough witness, alright? Hold on a sec. Before I continue, I know what you're thinking. I know exactly what you're thinking. Here. Tell me if I'm right. Go ahead and click on that and tell me if I'm right. It only took her 12 seconds to wrap them all around her little finger. We just mentioned that. Now then, please proceed with your testimony. Let's hear about what you witnessed on the day of the incident, if you please. What I witnessed. I had been planning to go back to Feeney's place after class was over. Feeny and Dougie, they were talking behind the building. Then suddenly, Dougie got all wobbly and just collapsed. That's when Feeny noticed that I was there. I went to go and find some other students and they called the authorities. I don't know what to say. According to you, Miss Hawthorne, the defendant didn't do anything wrong. Young lady! As old as I am, even I recall how hot the flames of young passion can burn. Nevertheless, it is my job to discover the truth. Please tell us the truth. But I would never. That's more than enough, witness. I won't allow this to continue. What do you mean by that? Please, just let me proceed with my cross-examination, Your Honor. I, for one, don't plan to win my case on a bunch of paper-thin lies. You haven't changed a bit. Mia Fey? What's this? So you two are acquainted? Yes, we've met before. Once. In any case, Miss Fey, the floor is all yours. It's good to see you again, Madam Fey. Madam? I'm no one's grandma yet, girlie. What I've witnessed. There is one recommended statement to press in this one. Now, unless I'm mistaken, Mr. Wright is in the art department. If that's the case, then what were you doing by the pharmacology building? Well, I'm in the literature department. I'm studying Japanese senryu poetry. Oh, how wonderful. Is it? It's that humorous yet satirical style of hataku, yes? Or a haiku, yes? Nothing left to you. Nothing left to do. When a man reaches this age, sleep is his beautiful friend.
That's supposed to be poetry? Sounds more like a midlife crisis. For me to get to the art department, I have to walk through that back area.
Oh yes, I see. That makes sense. When I want to enter the courtroom, I always walk through the front doors. Let's pause for a second here.
Di, think about what the judge just said. Now, wait until you see the reply. How else would you enter? Teleportation? So, who is this Dougie person? Oh, I'm sorry. Doug Swallow. We were dating until about 8 months ago. So what were Dougie, Mr. Swallow, and Mr. Wright talking about anyway? How could you be so mean? I would never eavesdrop. I wasn't raised to be rude and unrefined. That's right, Miss Faye. Don't drag the witness down to your level. Why am I being demonized here? Please, go on. What did you see next? That was not what you were expecting, right, Di? Whoops. I'm guessing you were going to press that anyways. I pressed that a little early. Are you saying that the victim just collapsed on his own? Yes. In other words, the defendant never touched the victim? Is that right? I was watching the whole time. Feeny never did a thing to Dougie. I pressed her for no good reason. I just know the judge will get angry with me. So what should I do about her testimony just now? Feeble lies are not very becoming, Miss Hawthorne. So let's drop them, shall we? What? I would never. Miss Faye, I will not allow you to badger this witness. I believe the defense is engaged in a fishing expedition. That is, she has no supporting. But please don't glare at me like that! I'm just doing my job! Now then, Miss Hawthorne. The defendant's palm print was found on Mr. Swallow's leather jacket. It has already been shown that Mr. Wright did, in fact, push the victim. What? There's no need to try to cover for the defendant. It would be much better if you came out and told us the whole truth. There's nothing to worry about, young lady. Just tell us everything that you saw. Yes, Your Honor. I will. If you don't mind, I'd like to revise my testimony. Looks like we're finally getting somewhere. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. You didn't see it? Well, I saw the moment when Dougie fell to the ground. In that moment, there was only the two of them at the scene? The defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, and the victim, Doug Swallow? Yes, that's right. It didn't look like they were fighting, and I didn't hear anything unusual either. So then, what did it look like that they were doing to you? I thought they were having a nice, friendly afternoon conversation. Oh, give me a break! That's why I wasn't watching them all that closely. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? No, nothing at all, Mr. Judge. Oh, I like the sound of that. Mr. Judge. She's supposed to call you Your Honor. It's formal. No then. Please proceed with your testimony, Miss Witness. I'm assuming that's your recent comment, right? I'm assuming that's your recent comment. When you say students, do you mean students from the pharmacology department? Yes, they're all very fond of their drugs. Let's take a moment and think about what she just said. Let's take a moment and think about what you just said here. Yes, they're all fond of their drugs.
Please try to stay on topic. So to find some pharmacology students, you went to the labs, correct? That's what I was planning to do, but in the end, I wound up not going. A group of about 10 research students came running out of the building entrance. Somehow they all seemed to know what was going on. The students knew what was going on. You want more details? But how could the students have known what was going on? Well, I don't know for sure that they knew what had happened. It's just they all seem kind of excited about something. Doesn't look like I'm going to get any more info about the students. So the students called the police? Yes, I was so panicked. Yes, well, anyone would have been, my dear. That girl, she's telling a super obvious lie and she knows it. She's just pretending to protect Mr. Wright. Yes, that's gotta be it. Way to go, Mia. Okay, that means I'm going to have to dig deep to find the contradiction on this one. Do you know what statement it is? No, it would not be the last one. It'd actually be one of the new ones. Think about what she is saying and what would contradiction. Yes, this one. And think about what contradicts this statement. It didn't look like they were fighting, and I didn't hear anything unusual either. What's your purpose for the pills? It didn't look like they were fighting, and I didn't hear anything unusual either. What about the pills for this statement that would contradict this statement? Specifically, let's focus on the last part of that statement. I didn't hear anything unusual either. Or as it was originally written, I didn't hear any noise either. Which is the correct context, but it was written poorly. Think about that statement. I didn't hear anything unusual either.
Well, they were, but that would go in with the first statement. Didn't look like they were fighting, which they were, about her. I didn't hear anything unusual either. What did Phoenix write here? You heard a snap. What was it? Yes, it was the umbrella. How are we going to find this information that Phoenix said this? What do we have that states that he said this? His testimony. The victim fell on top of his umbrella. There was also a loud sound when it happened.
Objection!
You say you didn't hear anything unusual? Is that correct? Yes. That's why I was very relaxed looking at the scenery around me. That's nice, but I find that just a little odd. I have here the testimony of your boyfriend, Mr. Phoenix Wright, and he clearly testified to the effect that when he pushed the victim, he heard a sharp, loud noise. He said that? If you were really that close to the two of them, why didn't you hear this noise as well? Well, maybe the noise just wasn't all that memorable.
Objection!
But according to Mr. Wright's testimony, it was a sharp noise like a snap. There's no way a noise like that could fail to make an impression. May I have a moment to answer? By all means. I know the reason why I didn't hear the noise. You see, the truth is, I had my headphones on. I was listening to music at the time. Headphones? You mean that both of your ears were covered? The rain was just beginning to let up, but it seemed as though Thor wasn't ready for his fun to come to an end yet. So the sky continued to flash and rumble. Thunder and lightning, huh? Yes, I'm afraid of the sound of the thunder. So I put my headphones on to block it out. Well, Your Honor, as you can see, there weren't any contradiction in her testimony after all. Wait a sec, Mia. That testimony just now. She said something that could totally change this whole case. Your Honor, there is a problem with the witness's testimony. What do you mean? Didn't you notice? She said there was lightning, correct? Yes, what about it? Well, lightning is actually a large discharge of electricity in the atmosphere, am I correct? Now's not the time for a science lesson, Miss Faye. Yes, Your Honor. Anyway, since the cause of death was electrocution, isn't it possible that the victim died from being hit by a bolt of lightning? I must admit that the thought had not occurred to me. Just what kind of thoughts do occur to this guy anyway? This entire case is built on the premise that Mr. Doug Swallow was murdered. But that very premise itself is mistaken. The defense believes that Mr. Swallow was in fact the victim of a stray bolt. It appears the defense may be onto something. Could it be that the death was actually accidental? Alright, you dead in here. I'll be taking that not guilty for this now. I'm hurt that you have such a low opinion of me, Miss Faye. Huh? I'm not a fool, you know. The prosecution has done its research, Your Honor. We found that there were no lightning strikes on the day at that location. What? What's more, we have evidence that the electrical cables is definitely linked to this case. Evidence, Mr. Payne? Well, what is this evidence? The affidavit. And who is this affidavit for? The pharmacology students who were conducting experiment in their labs that day. Allow me to read out to the court the testimony of the pharmacology students. All equipment in the lab lost power all of a sudden at around 3 o'clock p.m. that day. Was it a blackout? All the lab equipment runs on high voltage, Your Honor. So you're saying the equipment lost power because... Precisely. They lost power because of the severed electrical cable. The power outage occurred approximately at 3 o'clock p.m., which fits with the time of death listed in the autopsy report. Exactly. In other words, the victim died as a result of touching this severed electrical cable. According to the students, the cables were very old. They were planning on having them replaced in the near future. I see. Apparently the cables became so brittle that even the smallest bump could have caused them to break. Student's testimony added to the court record. However, there is one thing that troubles me. If the cables could have been broken by any small bump, then it wouldn't have snapped if it hadn't been bumped into, correct? Well, I suppose you could say that. Miss Faye? Do you have any thoughts regarding the cause of the severed cable? Your Honor? I don't like how this is looking one bit. I have to come up with something to try to regain some momentum. If it pleases the court, the defendant would like to state its opinion. Well then, let's hear it. Who or what was it that caused the cable to break? Well, we have the umbrella as evidence, but we can't just present the umbrella without having something behind the umbrella. The umbrella itself means nothing. This might help you. Doug would not be the cause of the cables breaking. Doug is completely the victim in this. No. She's not the reason why the cables broke. Because you gotta remember something. She was behind the pharmacology department. And she had to go behind the building to reach the literature department. Your Honor, please think back to Mr. Wright's testimony. The defendant's testimony? He said that after he pushed the victim, he heard a loud, sharp noise. Now, this happened at around 3 o'clock p.m., correct? Yes, that sounds about right. Wait, are you saying that the lab equipment lost power at 2:55 p.m., which fits right in Mr. Wright's timeline? In other words, it was Mr. Wright's shove that caused the power outage. Yes, the prosecution also came to that conclusion. And it was that very shove that caused Mr. Swallow to be executed. I'm afraid I can't agree with you there, Mr. Payne. What's that supposed to mean? Take a good look at where the victim landed after he was shoved. See the umbrella? It's by the electrical pole. That's right. The victim banged into the pole as a result of being pushed. It was the impact that caused the cable to break. Well, that makes sense. And then the victim was electrocuted? I'm sorry, Your Honor, but no. It doesn't make sense at all. If the victim was shoved into that far pole, then he couldn't have been electrocuted by the severed cable in the foreground. Ah! In other words, someone other than my client must have electrocuted the victim. Order! Order in the court! Ah. The lamentations of my enemy. How I've longed to hear them. Is it true? The defense is absolutely correct. There doesn't seem to be... Mr. Judge, sir? May I say something? The Madam Attorney's explanation? She said something that are a little different than I remember them. What the? Please, just one more. May I please testify one last time? Please, Mr. Judge? Of course it's alright. Just go right ahead and give your new testimony. This is it. She's finally starting to show her true colors. What I Witnessed, Part 2, The truth is, Beanie pushed him twice. First time was in the electrical pole, and then when the cable broke. And Dougie tried his best to run away from him, but Feeny caught up and crashed into him from behind. The cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted, it all occurred in less than a minute. So after being shoved, the victim got up and tried to run away? That is when the defendant pushed him for the second time. I'm sorry, Feeny, but I just have to tell the truth. Am I doing the right thing? Am I, Mr. Judge? Of course you are, my dear. As painful as may seem, you are. Now then, Miss Fay, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Di, thoughts before going further with this testimony? What are your thoughts? What are you concerned about this testimony? You don't remember a second time. So is it worth pressing any statements? I'm going to ask you this. Is this the first testimony you've noticed that had an obvious lie in it? So what do you want to do? If you know where the lie's at, well, I'm going to be very honest with you. Just her saying that he pushed him twice probably may not be enough. But it's related to a lot of other statements, because she does explain this in detail. This is the very last statement. According to this guy, there are two pieces of evidence that can be presented. So what's one piece of evidence that you can think of? Alright, we'll take a look at this one. I don't see anything that's going to work for this one. Though, now that I'm looking at this picture here, I think this game has a continuity error. No, no. I guess it's not. That's the left hand, not the right hand. The other photo had the right hand. So she said this all happened in less than a minute. What does that clock say, Di? Between 2:55 to 3 o'clock p.m. That's about 5 minutes. The cable snapped at, they said it was 2:55 p.m. Cause of death was at 3 o'clock. So, the watch is my assumption that it broke before he died. It broke when he was pushed the first time, stopped working, and if his cause of death is at 3 o'clock, so there is a 5 minutes difference. So, you have this one, which will also work. And you have this one as well. Any one of these will work. So which one do you want? That's enough, witness. I'm afraid I don't understand. You will in a minute. Could you please take a look at this picture? Oh, that medicine. That's the one Feeny likes to take for his cold. It's not the medicine I want you to look at. It's the wristwatch. It stopped at the precise time the victim was electrocuted. No, not really. Well, maybe. Because now that we look at the clock now, it says 3:05. If the cables were separated at 3 o'clock, then yeah, that would make sense that stopped when he was electrocuted. In other words, 3:05 p.m. Yes, and your point is, Miss Faye? My point is this. What time was it when the lab suffered the power outage due to the cable snapping? Well, according to the student's testimony, the answer is clear. It was 2:55 p.m. Arrgh! Would you care to explain to the court, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne, what exactly happened during this 10-minute interval? The defense proposes that it was during this interval that the real murderer killed Mr. Doug Swallow. Order in the court. What the? Nonsense! The real murderer? Even you can't deny that the time between the cable breaking and the electrocution are completely unaccounted for. Who was it? Who else are you saying could have done it? There's only one person who could have murdered Mr. Swallow. Only after my client had left the scene. Was there a window of opportunity for the real killer? Miss Faye, is the defense ready to indict someone as the real killer? It's finally time. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Yes, Your Honor, we are ready. Very well, but remember, if you accuse the wrong person, you will be penalized. Think very carefully before you speak, Miss Faye. Now then, Miss Faye, let's have it. Who is the real killer? You're gonna call her Dolly? It could only have been you, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. What? How can you? The defense is grasping at straws. 10 minutes passed between the time the cable broke and the time of the electrocution. What exactly were you doing the whole time, Miss Hawthorne? Were you really listening to some music while cheering them both on as they fought? I find it hard to believe that you didn't lift a finger to stop the men. Dearest to you. Order! Order! Miss Faye! What? I mean, what? Miss Hawthorne, I believe you did witness the two men fighting on that day. However, after Mr. Wright pushed the victim and subsequently left the scene, it was you who pushed Mr. Swallow to his death by your very own hands. Ah! How can you say something so mean, Madam Faye? I didn't do anything. Miss Faye, this is a very serious charge. Your Honor, please, I have something I want to say. Joe! You, what is it? Please strike everything the defense said just now from the record. What the? Are you daft? You're totally wrong, Miss Faye. Dolly, she couldn't do something like that. Mr. Wright, get back in your seat. Bailiff, grab that man. Achoo! Achoo! Leave my Dolly alone! Achoo! That boy. He's got himself in way over his head. Oh, Mr. Grossberg, you're back. Seems like I've arrived just in the nick of time. I found the police report on the incident in your newspaper clipping. Police report added to the court record. Thank you so much. This is exactly what I was hoping for. You'd better take a good look at it. It details how you came to lose your boyfriend. Location: District Courthouse Cafeteria. Date time: August 27th, 4 o'clock p.m. Victim: Diego Armando, age 28. Occupation: lawyer. Suspect: Dahlia Hawthorne, age 19. Armando ingested poison while interviewing the suspect regarding another case. Traces of poison were found in the victim's coffee cup. No poison was found in the vicinity or on the suspect's person. It is unclear how the poison entered the victim's coffee cup. Now then, the defense has made a very serious accusation. Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this? Well, really, Your Honor, May I interrupt you for just a moment, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't you worry, my dear. I have this situation well in hand. Go right ahead. Madam Faye, are you seriously accusing me of killing my sweet Dougie? Yes, I am. Not only am I saying that you murdered Doug Swallow, but you also try to pin this whole thing on your current lover, Phoenix Wright. I told you that you should let me handle this. Sorry, please go ahead. How can you say that? I'm absolutely devoted to my dear Feeny. The notion that I would try to frame him is ludicrous. This is all just too much for poor little me to bear. Oh, I believe the girl was trying to ask what on earth her motive would be. The answer to that lies somewhere in the police report. It must. 8 months ago, an incident occurred in the basement cafeteria of this building. And then, that same day, the two of them accidentally meet. Your Honor, the defense requests further testimony from Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Further testimony? What about? About the events of the day when she first met the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What could that possibly have to do with this case? Objection! The witness claims that she had no reason to frame the defendant. Am I correct? Well, I have evidence that suggests that she, in fact, had a very good reason. Very well then. The court grants the defense's request. Young lady, would you mind staying on for just a little longer? Of course not, Mr. Judge. Get ready for the battle of your life, Dahlia Hawthorne. How I met my Feeny. I first met my darling Feeny 8 months ago. It's like we were destined to meet in this very courthouse's basement reading room. The moment our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. We've been going out ever since that fateful day. We were lovey-dovey. We literally made people sick. It's just jealous, I think. Mr. Wright, do that again and you will be held in contempt of court. And now we enter the final act of our little drama. As we used to say in the days of my youth, go get her. Unfortunately, the meaning for that does not apply to when you were in your youth. All right. This is a rather short testimony. And it looks like there is one recommended testimony or statement that is required for pressing. You ready? Okay. Welcome back, guys. Let's go back. Do you know this music that's playing? I think you do. This is the Allegro version of it, so I don't know if you actually heard the Allegro version of it. You heard the Moderato version. All right. So you all set up for this testimony? So until that time, you had been dating Doug Swallow? Yes, I'm a real fool, I know. Letting my emotions change so quickly. I'm ashamed of myself.
No, not at all. Look at me. I'm infamous for changing my mind. My critics have taken to calling me Judge Fickle. Ho ho ho.
Maybe you should look for a different line of work.
Despite that, however, he always hands down the correct verdict.
Not always. The L6? SL9?
That's why some people also call him the great Judge Genie.
The courthouse reading room? That's a strange place to meet the love of your life. That's not true, Madam Faye. After all, Feeny was not only an art student, but he was also planning on becoming a lawyer. I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about you, Miss Hawthorne. What was a literature student like you doing in a courthouse reading room?
This line of questioning is a waste of time. It has nothing to do with our murder case.
Miss Faye, I'm warning you.
If this has nothing to do with Mr. Swallow's case,
I have to remember that the judge is on Dahlia's side. I'd better tread carefully. We're gonna have to we gotta keep pressing. Because there's some information that she's hiding. We do need to keep pressing. If we wait, that's also a sign for the judge saying this was a waste of time. Okay, so if we keep pressing, that will show to the judge that this testimony is important. Your Honor, if you allow me some latitude, I think I can establish relevancy. Please ask her to continue on with her testimony.
Very well. Young lady, I've got a simple question for you. What were you doing downstairs in the courthouse reading room?
If it pleases you, Your Honor, the answer is simply this. I had come to this courthouse to do some research for a paper I was writing. Is that true? Is that true? You were writing a paper? On what? On the relationship between modern Senuru poetry and the criminal underworld.
Oh ho ho! That sounds like a fascinating research idea.
Am I getting old? Now I've even forgotten. What I've forgotten. Again with the midlife crisis stuff.
Mia, why did the girl really come to the courthouse? Isn't that what you wanted to know? And speaking of forgetting things, you haven't forgotten the police report, have you? I went to a lot of the trouble to get it, my dear, so be sure to read it carefully.
Grossberg just solved this cross-examination for you, Di. Completely solved this cross-examination for you. So, don't forget what he just said. And don't forget what statement that we're on. So what was it about Mr. Wright that made your heart malfunction like that? In my personal opinion, he just looks like a typical snotty-nosed college brat. Perhaps to a woman your age, but to me, Feeny is handsome. Perhaps to you, Miss Hawthorne, but to the rest of the planet, he's a dime a dozen. Love is a mysterious thing, and I object to this line of question. If you were to look at my wife, for example, you might all be shocked. He's telling the truth. It was truly, truly shocking. She was like in her 90s. Looked like she was in her 90s, and she couldn't keep her drawers up. Beautiful mushroom, growing tall in the darkness. It comes from cow dung. That's the poem that best describes how I feel about my Feeny. Were there any bad feelings between you and Mr. Swallow? No, none at all. We parted on very good terms. But that can't be. Our investigation also shows that it was a clean breakup. Not as clean as you think it was. Huh? Are you sure? Yes, it seems that they both wanted it that way. Not 100% true. So yes, maybe they all agreed that they wanted to break up, and it was a clean breakup. But Doug Swallow probably called it off himself because he didn't trust her. So the victim wanted to break up with her. You sure you want to press further? Okay. So you're saying that Mr. Swallow also wanted to break up with you? Well, you see... What a cool thing to ask a little lovely young lady like this. By the way, I have never once considered leaving my wife. No one cares, Mr. Payne. She didn't deny it. That must mean Doug Swallow must have seen through her little act. Exactly. He must have gotten a glimpse of her true nature. Listen to me, Mia. That woman has the judge in the palm of her hand. See? So the only way to discredit her is to find a contradiction in her testimony. Alright, you know what statement it is. No. It's this one. It's the new statement that we revealed. With that said, remember what Grossberg said. Miss Hawthorne, you weren't here because of your research paper, were you? Didn't you actually come here for a much more important reason? What is the meaning of this cocky smile on your face, Miss Fay? 8 months ago, right here in this very courtroom, there was another tragedy. Another tragedy? Do you mean the incident in which an attorney was poisoned? The name of the suspect in the incident is listed here in this report. And that name is Dahlia Hawthorne. What? What? Dahlia Hawthorne? Yes, the sweetie pie of everyone's eye, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. She was the prime suspect in a criminal case just 8 months ago. Order! 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 This is unbelievable. It's true then. The lowliest rose. It's Faye, that's not fair! You can't slander my witness like this. I wish that Faye will not. Mr. Prosecutor, I believe I was speaking. Pardon me, go right ahead. It's true that 8 months ago, the police expressed some interest in me. Expressed some interest, huh? Mr. Judge, sir, I know I'm under oath, so I'll tell you the absolute truth. I did not commit the crime that occurred during the incident 8 months ago. I see. Okay, I've tied the two crimes together. Now I've just got to stay on the offense. Well done, Mia. Oh, you've really lit a fire in my heart and my buttocks. I can hardly tell which is more inflamed, my spirit or my hemorrhoids. The poisoning. I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day. I left my seat for just a moment, and that's when it happened. From when I heard it was a liquid poison that is lethal at just 2 teaspoons. Not only that, I heard it was a very special kind of poison. So you see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that. So that's what happened here 8 months ago. However, as you've just heard from the witness's testimony, she had nothing to do with it. I think the defense is just about out of tricks. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Payne, but I'm afraid the defense has many more tricks up its sleeves today, and I'll be here to show them to you before the end of this cross-examination. What the? Why does the defense suddenly feel stronger? Aha, Mia. You're going with a true lawyer's aurora, my dear. That broad posture and self-confidence, absolutely smashing. This testimony does not require any pressing. Because there's one statement that I think even you know that is faulty. What were you talking about with the defense attorney? Well, I'm sorry, but that's confidential. According to the report, you were being interviewed regarding another case. The lawyer that was killed said he wanted to talk about an incident I was caught up in when I was younger. Well, the lawyer wasn't exactly killed. He's comatose. Why don't you tell us all about the incident? What that incident was? That has absolutely nothing at all to do with this case. Objection sustained. The defense's question is stricken from the record. You get involved in a lot of incidents, don't you, Miss Hawthorne? I guess I was just born under a bad sign. Don't worry, Dolly, I'll protect you! You heard the man. Now that is true love, young lady. Oh, Beanie, please! These two are making me ill. I'll bet for decisively different reasons. Di really wants humor in this stream, so she wants these statements pressed. How long were you gone? I've already answered all those questions for the police. But if you must know, maybe 10 or 20 minutes. And what were you doing during that stretch of time? Using the toilet? What do you say, Miss Faye? Toilets? My perfect little dolly doesn't poop. You heard the defendant, Miss Faye. Better look next time. Oh, me, please. The police have already looked into this whole matter. This line of questioning is nothing but a waste of the court's time. Objection sustained. Miss Hawthorne, please continue with your testimony. About how much liquid is 2 teaspoons? Well, let me see. My bottle of boy drop says it's a 1.5 fluid ounce, which is equal to 3 teaspoons. So it's about 2/3 of that amount, huh? The poison was found in the lawyer's mug of coffee. It must have been after I left the table. Someone must have quickly slipped it in there. A special kind of poison? How so? Well, I heard that it's almost impossible to detect. Oh, and where would something like that come from? I'm sorry, all I know is what I overheard the policeman saying. They say something about using advanced chemical processes to purify it. Chemical processes? Oh well, that's quite impressive. Most impressive. The better question is, how did the criminal get something like that? And that's the reason they didn't arrest you? Because no one could show how you could have gotten the poison? I think that's a good enough reason, Madam Faye. She's right, and I think we've all had enough of Miss Faye's questions. So, in a sense, the main reason Miss Hawthorne was never arrested for this crime was because no one could show how she could have obtained the poison. Then, all we have to do is find a way to establish how she could have gotten some, right? Great. Now, just how did a lit student get a hold of poison of all things? Well, what do you think, Di? Okay, we're on the last one. She wouldn't even know where she would get that poison. Where do you think she would have gotten that poison? 8 months ago. No. The poison... Cold Killer X is a cold medicine. So it's not a poison. Let's put it that way. Okay? You can get Cold Killer X at any pharmacy. Okay? It's an over-the-counter medication. Okay? So, the question is, where could she have gotten the poison? It's called Cold Killer X because it's a cold medicine. And in Japan, they call it Cold Killer Z. I'm kind of confused as to why they changed the name. So, I'm going to make this a little easier on you. That should make it a bit easier on you. Where could she have gotten the poison from? He's in the arts department. How is he gonna get the poison? I see an astronaut. So we got a new follower on Twitch. You wouldn't know how to get that kind of poison. I don't believe you. What? In fact, you had easy access to that kind of poison, didn't you? At your boyfriend's lab? Boyfriend? You mean the victim, Doug Swallow? That's right. Up until 8 months ago, Miss Hawthorne was dating Mr. Swallow. And if you'll recall, Mr. Swallow was a pharmacology student at Ivy University. Pharmacology? His laboratory contained highly advanced chemistry equipment. In fact, without such equipment, the culprit could never have obtained such a rare and special poison. Well, Miss Hawthorne, it seems you have had access to such a poison after all. And then it was a matter of slipping it into the victim's coffee when he wasn't looking. The only person who could have done that was the one sitting at his very table. You. No! Order! Could it be? That's nothing but a conjecture. May I say something, Madam Faye? What is it, Miss Hawthorne? The amount of poison in the coffee was 2 teaspoons, correct? In order to carry that liquid, you would need some kind of container. Well, yes, that's true. I was searched immediately after the incident took place. Quite true. In fact, the entire courthouse was turned upside down. But they didn't find a suspicious container anywhere, did they? He's right. They even mentioned that in the report. Well, you could have easily gotten rid of something that small. Excuse me, madam? But this is a court of law. If you're saying I threw the poison container away, I think you need to show some proof. Kind of proof. Proof? You got me good with that. Provide some evidence or I'll have to disallow this line of questioning, Miss Faye. Unless we can come up with some new evidence, we're going to lose this lead. The police conducted a full-body search of Dahlia and of the entire courthouse, and yet the container holding the poison disappeared right after the crime occurred. You're going to accuse the young lady of committing the murder. Then where is the container the poison was carried in? What happened to it? This one shouldn't be that hard. No. No, remember these Code Killer X was in Wright's possession. Okay? So there would be no way she would have Cold Killer X 8 months ago. Phoenix Wright shouldn't have Cold Killer X 8 months ago. Because remember, he had this cold for 2 or 3 days. And he had Cold Killer X for that long. But you're getting close, okay? You're getting close. You were forced to get rid of the container in a hurry, weren't you? And that's why you passed it on to someone that had nothing to do with the case. Someone that you knew wouldn't be searched. Oh, who is this person? Mr. Phoenix Wright, of course. So the defendant was this witness's accomplice? Of course not. She gave the poison to him, disguised as a present. What? But that's... that's a charming little necklace. Is this a little bottle? It's really quite cute. So what about it? What does it mean, Miss Faye? The day the witness met and fell for Mr. Phoenix Wright was 8 months ago. August 27th. The very same day as the poisoning incident. Under the presence of love, the witness gave my client a present. All for the purpose of hiding the one piece of evidence that would give her away. What? Are you saying that there's a deadly poison in here? No, there's no longer any poison in that bottle. However, I'm certain if the crime labs were to analyze it, they would find a trace amount. No! Order! Order in the court!
Objection!
On behalf of Dolly, I object! Mr. Wright, control yourself! I won't let you bully her like this! Mr. Wright, I thought I told you to stay in your seat. Mr. Wright, why? Why are you going through so much trouble to protect her? Why? Because I'm madly in love with her. Madly in love. I haven't heard anyone say that in a long time. Mr. Wright, have you ever thought about this? Why exactly would a woman like Dahlia Hawthorne want to date you anyway? Well, I guess she must be madly in love with me too. Mr. Wright, please, open your eyes. At this point in the trial, I think it should be obvious to everyone. The real reason that Dahlia Hawthorne is dating you is... LACE. Dahlia Hawthorne was not and is not madly in love with you. The only thing that she's after is the bottle necklace you love to wear around your neck. My necklace? Back there in the waiting room, you said it yourself. Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now. What a strange girl asking for a present back like that. For Dahlia Hawthorne, the necklace is irrefutable evidence of her crime. That's why she absolutely had to get it back. You're lying. But you never gave it back to her. And to make things worse for her, you insisted on showing it to everyone you met. That's why she... I don't believe you.
No, that's a lie! Eek! Man, the defendant is getting away. Bailiff, hurry after him! Mia, are you alright? Yes, I think so. That boy, he went completely insane. Where's Mr. Wright? Looks like the bailiff caught him, so he should be back soon enough. Thank goodness. Oh no! What is it? The bottle necklace! Miss Hawthorne's present! It's gone! What? That's terrible! Mr. Wright must have grabbed it when he slammed into me. Foolish boy, that's the only thing that could have saved him. What in the blazes are we supposed to do now? Mr. Wright, this sort of behavior is unprecedented in the history of this courtroom. I'm sorry. I'm afraid that your apology is not enough. Mr. Wright, what did you do with the bottle necklace? Forgive me. I'm sorry. It's okay. Just give back the necklace. I ate it. Di, drop those big eyes in chat right now. Drop those big eyes in chat right now. You know what the bottle's made out of, right? Right. You what? You ate it? It was too big to swallow, so I had to chew it into little bits first, but yeah. I'm surprised he still has teeth. What is he doing now? Your Honor, you've got to stop the trial. Mr. Wright, are you feeling okay? Does your stomach hurt? The bottle you swallowed may have some poison left in it. It seems the defendant has proven the prosecution case for us. Clearly, the bottle did not contain a deadly poison. How can you be so sure? I think that's obvious. As you can see, the defendant is still very much alive. As for the poison, more like a fledgling defense attorney's overreacting imagination. So it would seem.
Objection!
No, there must be some mistake. The bottle must not have had any poison left in it. Either that or the poison must have lost its potency. There. It's all right, rookie. Trusting your client is the most noble thing a defense attorney can do. And it's heartwarming to see that you place this much faith in Mr. Wright. But that's how it is for us on the prosecution side too. For example, I would trust this witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life. Which is why I can state that your assessment of her is completely wrong. That's enough. Unfortunately, Miss Fay, I cannot accept your explanation of the events.
But why? This may be impossible for a beginner like you to understand, but in a court of law, evidence is everything. Even after I proved so much, is she going to get away with everything? Well, now that the suspect surrounding Miss Hawthorne has been cleared up, I would like to proceed with the trial. Mr. Wright. I'm sorry, Miss Fay. It totally slipped my mind. I'm really, really sorry. I know you believe in me, and I feel like I really let you down. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to say? There's something I forgot to tell you. What is it? The day I met Doug Swallow. That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake, if you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying! Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Last night, someone stole some poison from our lab. Poison? The same thing happened 8 months ago. A drug sample was stolen. She came to the lab that time too. It could only have been her. The girl's a thief. Stop it! Don't talk about her like that! Is it true? Did he really say that? That's ridiculous! There's one more thing. Did I push him that day? I got word and came back to have a look. And she was there. Dahlia was right there. She was crouched down next to him. What? She told me not to ever tell anyone about it, but I'm sorry, Dolly. Your Honor, the defendant is Miss Fay. You tell them. Dolly didn't do it. She's innocent. So Dahlia stole poison 8 months ago too, eh? If you put that together with Mr. Wright's testimony, then there's only one possible conclusion. The defense believes that Miss Dahlia Hawthorne stole some poison on the night before she killed Doug Swallow. The night before? Naturally, her motive for stealing it was to kill someone. Miss Fay! If you're so certain of your theory, then let me ask you this. Yeah, this is your last chance. Think carefully now. There's something that she desperately wanted to get back. Therefore, exactly who was Miss Dahlia Hawthorne planning to kill? Who was she planning to kill? No. No. She was not planning to kill Doug at all. There was one person that was standing squarely in Miss Dahlia Hawthorne's way. And that person was Mr. Phoenix Wright. Me? That's preposterous! After all, it was Doug Swallow that was murdered! Well, it's true that's how things worked out, but let's remember that Mr. Swallow died of electrocution, not poison. The person that Miss Hawthorne was planning to poison was in fact you, Mr. Phoenix Wright. There's no one else that it could be. But how can that be? I thought Mr. Wright and Miss Hawthorne were in love. Poor Mr. Wright. This must be killing him. Hang in there. I'll bring her to justice, I swear it. As I said before, the only thing Miss Hawthorne truly cared about was the one piece of evidence linking her to the incident 8 months ago. That's right, the bottle necklace. That's all she cared about. But even so, why would she go so far as to murder him? 8 months ago, just after the fall of the attorney in the basement cafeteria, Dahlia Hawthorne could think of only one thing: how to get rid of the bottle necklace as quickly as possible. No, it can't be. It was a pretty good move she made too. The evidence was missing for a long time. But there was just one big problem. Although she got him to hide the evidence, Mr. Wright refused to return it to her. To him, the tiny little bottle was a cherished treasure. He even showed it to everyone he met. You mean, that's why she tried to kill Mr. Wright? Correct, Your Honor. It was to retrieve the piece of evidence. That can't be true! Feeny. What a joke you are. Honestly, how can any woman ever count on you for anything? I even told you time and time again to keep your trap shut about me and that necklace. You disgust me. Miss Hawthorne, it appears that we're nearing the end of this trial. Fine. I can tell you plan on making me into a criminal, no matter what I say. You are a criminal, Miss Hawthorne. We'll see about that. But first, where's your evidence? It seems your sniveling little crybaby of a client has eaten the bottle as a snack. Well, okay, old man. Are you senile or something? Why don't you say something instead of sitting there with that dumb look on your face? Miss Hawthorne, what's happened to you? Are you really that shocked? Or do you prefer me this way, Mr. Judge? With absolutely no proof, you treat a voluntary witness like she's a mass murderer. Well, I have nothing more to say. I'll be heading home now, if you don't mind. But we're not finished. Fine. And ask this nasty old hag to finish up already. I can't let her get away this time. Stop, Mia! If you keep on pushing without any evidence, you could pay the ultimate price as a lawyer. The ultimate price? You'd be forced to take off your attorney's badge forever, I'm afraid. No! You'd better think it over carefully, Miss Fay. Or should I say, Ms. Gray? Well, Miss Fay? Can you provide evidence that would establish your guilt once and for all? I messed up here. My career as a lawyer is over. To be honest, at this point I don't have any evidence that's well-founded. Even so, I'd rather lose my attorney's badge than let her get away with murder. Your Honor, the defense would like to present proof. Impossible! You can't possibly! Stupid woman. it is the opinion of the court that there has already been enough discussion. Therefore, I will only allow one piece of evidence to be presented. Just one? If you are unable to establish your guilt, then I'm afraid that a very harsh verdict will immediately be handed down on Mr. Wright. I understand, Your Honor. I can imagine the headlines for tomorrow's newspaper. Up-and-coming lawyer plummets to earth before she gets the chance to soar. She's planning to poison Mr. Wright. If that's the case, then the poison was probably in there. Well then, Miss Fay, please present your evidence. Show to the court irrefutable proof that Miss Hawthorne was planning to poison Mr. Wright. Do you have a clue what she's insinuating? You have a clue what she's insinuating? Okay, that's all of them. The police report shows nothing on planning to poison Mr. Wright. I think she heard you. Here it is, Your Honor. The evidence that will prove her guilt once and for all. Cold Killer X? Finished Wright's beloved cold medicine? Does our rookie defense attorney have a little bit of a cold? You did not? Oh. If I did, I still wouldn't take this cold medicine. After all, it's been poisoned. What? Remember what the defendant said in his testimony. But I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the incident. I always eat with Dolly, just the two of us. She was the one who took his bottle of Cold Killer X. Then she poisoned it, knowing that Mr. Wright was going to take some. Now you're really grasping at straws! After all, it was the victim Doug Swallow that was holding the medicine. I would like the court to recall the crime that happened here 8 months ago. Where did Miss Hawthorne hide the evidence? Huh? What are you talking about? 8 months ago, the poison was hidden in her bottled necklace, which she then gave to someone else for safekeeping. Someone she had accidentally ran into the reading room, my client, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yes, that's right. She did the same thing this time as well. After shoving the victim, Mr. Phoenix Wright left the scene of the crime. That is when the murderer, Dahlia Hawthorne, appeared. With her, she was carrying the poison bottle Cold Killer X. This, of course, was so she could carry out her plan to murder Mr. Wright. I believe she did testify that she was going to meet with the defendant. Yes, and she heard and saw everything that happened at the scene of the crime, including what the defendant and victim were arguing about, and the cut electrical cable. That's when she realized, I can't allow Doug Swallow live. She's used the severed electrical cable to silence him forever. Unfortunately for her, this is when the problem occurred. Mr. Wright, who she thought had left the scene, came back to check on the victim. Now, on top of that, because of the power outage, some students showed up as well. It's hardly any wonder that she put it, in a state of panic. Recall that she was carrying the bottle poisoned cold medicine. She must have thought, what if they search me like they did 8 years ago? 8 months ago? Yes, she disposed of the evidence exactly the same way as she did back then. She had someone else hold it in this case, Doug Swallow. Oh, come on now, everyone. Surely you aren't fooled, are you? The stupid woman. She's nothing but a filthy, stinking liar. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? Yes, that's exactly right. It's just pure desperation. I wonder which one of us is the desperate one. So, Miss Hawthorne, this cold medicine, I wonder if you wouldn't mind taking some. Well, Mr. Wright ate the necklace of yours, right? Now it's your turn to prove your innocence. What do you say? If I'm just a filthy, stinking liar, then there's no need to worry. So come on, show us. I dare you to take some of this medicine right now. Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Do you think you've won? Well, do you, Miss Fey? That's just fine. For the time being, victory is yours. For the time being, well, I have a very long memory, you know? You and I will meet again. I'm certain of it. Well then, Mr. Judge, I'll see you later too, okay? Huh? Yes. I'm going to go spend a little quality time with the men in blue now. I wish you all the best. Phew. Finally all over. I refuse to accept this! The defense hasn't shown a scrap of evidence to support their outrageous claim. But even so, your witness seems to have accepted it. I don't care, I'm Winston Payne. And I don't believe one word that this rookie lawyer said. Well then, Mr. Payne, let me ask you this. Yes?
Would you care to try this cold medicine? What? Just a little earlier, I could have sworn you said, There, it's alright, rookie. For example, I would trust this witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life. So, if she's so trustworthy, then I'm sure there couldn't possibly be any poison in here, right? You see, yes. And here comes the backpedal. Come on now, rookie killer. Show this rookie how it's done. How much trust do you really have for this woman? Are you willing to bet your life? Yeah! My ears! My people! No! Mr. Payne? About Miss Dahlia Hawthorne? Yes, Your Honor. File papers for immediate arrest. He kind of looks better without that. Tragic, but not surprising. I knew there was something suspicious about her from the very beginning. Die. I'm going to ask you this. Do you believe that statement? Don't lie, just admit you were wrong. By the way, Miss Faye. Yes, Your Honor? Was it just me, or did you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne seem to know each other? Your Honor, whether we did or not has no bearing on this case. Very well. Mr. Payne. Can't be happening. It's a nightmare. It's like I'm losing to my daughter. It appears Mr. Payne has lost his spirit along with his hair. If you haven't read any of the Ace Attorney, the series episodes, Iris and I have included Winston Payne's son and daughter in that episode. Does the defendant have anything further to say? It can't be true. My dear Dahlia. Very well then. I believe I'm ready to pass judgment and bring this trial to an end. The court finds the defendant, Phoenix Wright, court is adjourned. April 11th, 3:16 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Mia, you were wonderful in there. Thank you for everything, Mr. Grossberg. During the verdict, I thought my hemorrhoids were going to explode like mountains. Vesuvitis. I butchered that. Mr. Grossberg, do you maybe think you could stop talking about them? They're grossing me out. That's really rude. Do you think it was more rude of me saying that? Or you explaining how your hemorrhoids were doing the Harlem Shake? Anyways, this case really made me think. not to talk about your hemorrhoids? What does it really mean to have a relationship of mutual trust with a client? Perhaps it is we veteran lawyers who have lost sight of this. Oh, Mr. Wright, congratulations. You know, I was thinking. Go on. That dolly that I saw up there on the witness stand. I don't think that was really her. What? Yeah, the dolly I know could never have said those kinds of terrible things. Maybe she was like, I don't know, a fake or something? Boy, this poor boy still hasn't got a clue. You need to forget about her, Mr. Wright, for your own sake. Yeah, you're right. That's probably the best for me. Also, you need to relax a bit more. Try to grow up a little. But out of all my friends, everyone says I'm the most grown up. What kind of company does this guy keep? Right now, I'm studying to become a lawyer myself. That's what you keep saying. But I thought you were in the art department. Well, yeah, I am. But there's a friend that I desperately want to help. And if I hurry, then I should still be able to save him in time. Do you know who he's talking about? Shouldn't be that hard to figure out. You're right. You're absolutely right. I see. Say, Miss Faye, a lawyer is someone who can help people when they're in trouble, right? Mr. Wright, I'm still new at this myself, but I think that's exactly what a lawyer is. Okay, I'm going to do it. I'll study my butt off. I'll become a lawyer for sure. I hope we see each other again someday, maybe even in court. It's been 5 years since I was acquitted of all charges. I became a lawyer like I planned, and I managed to save my friend. But Mia has passed on to a better place. For me, this trial brings up a lot of painful memories. But it also brings up some very precious ones. And memories that I thought would never rise to the surface again. Mia's gone now. But even so, I can hear her in my mind. Phoenix, no matter what, always believe in your client. Almost like night and day, right, Di? Now does it make sense that she's on the thumbnail? She does. Maya channels her. Pearls also channels her as well. So you can understand how she's connected to this story. In a court of law, the greatest weapon is your belief. Five long years. Something has happened. It's made me think back to her words of wisdom.
That is a story for another day. Okay. Got any questions? Thoughts? Concerns? Criticisms? Anything? I'm actually at the last save section here. It won't let me go down any further. Oh, home controller. Yeah, this is the very last save spot. There are 10 slots and I've used 9. They should have added 2 more. I left a legacy on this game. Well, actually, the first 3 are technically Tara's, because this is technically off in her file. So these 3 are actually hers. This one's mine, which apparently she did it quicker than I did the first run. The second run, she did faster than I did then still. $21, and I did it 23. Again, I'm still slower. The second run, oh no, wait, no, 3:47 would be the time, which is 1 in the afternoon. That is almost at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That would be, let's see, (9 p.m.), 9:30. This was, yeah. Now I know. Those are the times I ended them. That's not the speeds. Because this was done at midnight. We completed that game at midnight. And, of course, I completed this after midnight. So, if I were to do this game again, I would have to write over a file. Or simply fill this one in and write over the file. So, do you like the first case? Which we didn't really get much of the flashback cases in the other ones. Justice for All, I think I mentioned this. The first 2 cases are flipped, okay? So episode 1 was the second case in Justice for All. Episode 2 was the first case.
Now, why it was arranged that way was mostly because Case 2, Episode 1, you were going up against Winston Payne. And everything in Episode 2 in Justice for All, they happened before Episode 1. Because if you noticed, in Episode 2, that was their first meeting since the last game. And then if you notice in Episode 1, it was almost as if they never had a separation at all. But once you see in Episode 2, you do realize that they're flipped. I always thought about when I did Justice for All. Hey there, Gameplay Boy. You're just at the end of it. I always wanted to actually play Justice for All out of order. But the problem with that is starting new every time. I would have to go new every time I do it and write over the file. That's the only way I would be able to do it. Because this game automatically goes through the next chapter. Apollo Justice Trilogy, all your episodes are unlocked. Everything's unlocked. You can play the chapters out of order. And if you finish that chapter, they let you play whatever chapter you want, instead of consecutively going in the order. I heard about that too. Though there are a bunch of Ace Attorney fan games out there. I think there's a YouTube video on it. I don't know if you can still download it because that runs off in a Wright engine, which is created through Python. So I am not entirely sure if you still can get that game. So you can look it up and see if you can find it. The Wright engine is very broken. I've tried it out once. For creating Ace Attorney stories of your own, it's very, very limited. There's also a website. I'm a pirate. 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 I'm a pirate. Did you see any of the videos for the Apollo Justice Trilogy, or do you not want spoils? Didn't see it. I'm assuming you are trying to avoid spoilers. My screen's got flipped. Okay. You already know this music, don't you? This is the truth music for Justice for our Trials and Tribulations. Alright. So, Di, there are some few things I'd like you to try to do. So we talked about the football earlier. Do try to see if you can't run those levels on NCAA Football 08, okay? Try to run them as much as you can to see which one you're comfortable with. It's got to be in a balance where it can't be too easy for you and it can't be too hard for you. Yes, I did say that earlier. Okay? The other one is at some point, I want you to try out Parsec, okay? There's a lot of things that we could do together that could do things a bit faster. So, which Parsec does not require you to well, we're going to be doing other things and trying to focus on playing games with it, okay? Like I said, virtually, you can actually help out with setting up the schedule through Parsec. It doesn't have to be playing games. So, now, matter of who are we going to Alright. I know we've rated her a few times. And at this point is all I can think about right now. So we are going to be rating Ring next. Doing Tower of Fantasy. Die. Do me a favor. This girl is trying to recover from a sickness, and I think your fairy hug could probably help with it. She's already been sick 2 weeks. Yes. And it was supposed to be a simple flu. So maybe one of your fairy hugs will help her get better. Okay? Alright. Well, that was the end for me. And see you again tomorrow. Bye.